Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You other Pixel pals, I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the, Tuesday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more Insignia dev, working on chapter 1. I've got a little bit of archaeology artworking to do right off the top. I've been working with my team on some chapter 2 work this morning, and I'll be heading over today a little early to head over to a game dev meetup. So shorter stream than usual today, but yeah, everything's feeling good. I've been sleeping well. No complaints here. I just want to see if I can get this to come forward a little bit. A little bit of green screen issues. Actually, I have a meeting. I have a podcast that I'm going to be recording with somebody in a couple of days, and I'd like to test out maybe a new scene layout for the room in maybe today, maybe not. Okay, I want to welcome everybody who's here in chat. Big thanks to Eyes for the most recent sub, but then also Kofad for the most recent sub. Welcome. Big thanks to Joy Anderson for the most recent follow, and for those of you on YouTube who are joining us as well, thank you so much for joining us. So today we're doing a quick contract sprite. We're going to be working on that for a second, so just while I get this all set up. Okay, so I have to sort of very quickly, if I can, get through some pixel art for my archaeology contract job that I'm doing a bit of work for. What we're doing today is a sprite of a pipe bowl at the bottom of a pipe. These pipes used to have quite long stems on them. Let me show you what that looks like. So like a normal one of these would look like this. And you put the tobacco in the bottom of the pipe. And then you breathe out of this. You suck in from here. And that's kind of just what pipes used to look like. And one of the artifacts that was found in this exhibit was a pipe bowl that was a skull. Like somewhat, like not a real skull, like a ceramic skull. So that's what we are doing today. I'm going to see if I can churn this out really quickly. Okay. Cool. How's everyone feeling today? You're all good? Everyone's good in chat? Hey, Crowdtest. Thanks for joining us. And Software Artificer. You're on streaks. This thing's kind of creepy. What the heck? Hey. Yeah, it is a bit of a late Halloween thing, isn't it? Kind of. Yeah, I wish they'd given me this task back when Halloween was happening. I could have made the most of it. Pretty spooky. Hey, Ian McLeod, welcome. This actually came through from my brother. My brother was doing some work for some people, and they were like, "Oh, the next project we're doing is we've proposed a pixel art game for this museum exhibit," and he was like, "Pixel art? Have I got the pixel artist for you?" And that's really just what happened. They just were like, "Oh, really?" It's like, "Yeah, look, my brother's a YouTuber / pixel artist, blah, blah, blah." And they were like, "Wow, that's great. Let's hire him." And that's literally what happened. Very fortuitous. So this is like a mummified, like the model that this pipe bowl was made as. It's so hard to explain. It's a pipe bowl made of ceramic that somebody sculpted of a skull that's mummified. Like it's like wrapped up in like a cowl, and it's got a snake around its neck. That's what I'm drawing right now. Well, you know, I dare say that in Sydney, I may just be the premier pixel artist in this city who does game dev. That may be a title that I could claim legitimately. Who can make a game however you like and do all the art himself. As nepotistic as it is, like I probably am someone who is well suited for this job. Maybe in the world, not in the world, but certainly in Sydney. What's up? A Melbourne pixel artist to beef with. Look, there are actually like incredible pixel artists everywhere. Most of them just don't try to make a career out of it. There are so many artists that are like incredible that just like, they just don't like have YouTube channels, you know? On a recent video that I posted about things that I've been doing around Australia, I actually had somebody leave a comment saying that they were disappointed that fans of mine were sort of detracting, saying critical things of other pixel art creators and content creators, which was kind of shocking to me because I don't think I really engender that kind of culture. I don't think we don't really beef. And it kind of shocked me a little bit. I was like, what? Like, huh? I didn't ask anybody to do that. I'm just doing my own thing here, you know? I'm not sicking my community on other creators. They were like, this is the first time I've heard of you, and it's pretty disappointing to have heard of you in this way, for this to be my introduction to your channel, from, you know, having someone else come to a creator's channel that I like and say that they suck and that Adam C. Eunice is better or whatever. Well, I did respond. Obviously, you know, it's important to me that people understand that I don't support that kind of rhetoric, and I certainly don't say it myself. There's nothing really to be gained in competing and comparing about other people's content. Everyone's just trying to do their own thing and make their own stuff. And honestly, when it comes to game development, like, any game that gets finished is a miracle. And so there's no need to tear anybody down about the things that they're making. I just wanted to say that out loud today so that we all understand. Like, it's hard enough to make games as it is. And I support anybody working on something that makes them passionate, like something that they're passionate about, you know? There's really nothing more special, you know? Oh, it's what we're here for. It's what I'm here for. So yeah, definitely a little bit disappointing. Not really sure where all that comes from. I think the person who made the original comment on the other creator's channel was kind of just frustrated with other aspects of what that creator was doing. I don't really think it was about like pulling other people down in my name. I think it was more just like a frustration that the content wasn't what they were, you know, I don't know, what they were looking for. Or just wasn't expressed the way that they liked. I don't know. Yeah. Hey, Lullaby Jazz. How you doing? Welcome. Yeah, I personally don't take, like, I don't think it was a troll. I think it was just like somebody who was trying to defend somebody that they care about. And I respect that to some degree. I think that, you know, reaching out to me personally first is probably better than posting on my channel, because it just feels like, okay, now we're starting beef. But no, it's all good. Just interesting. Since you brought up beef. Because I actually know, like, I know this creator, like, I know who they are and what they do, and I think they're fine. I think they're great. I don't have any issues with them. So I'm surprised that anybody in the community would compare us that way. I also wanted to say something too, which I don't know how much this like it resonates with anybody or needs to be said. Like, I don't know. I guess it just feels like it's worth saying for the sake of, you know, just making sure everybody's on the same page here. I do not, like 100% certainly do not think of myself or my opinions as being any kind of like gospel fact, you know, objective, exclusive set of opinions. And if I say something, that's just what I think based on my experience. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not a claim. I mean, sometimes I make claims that I think, you know, it's based on experiences that I've had that I think have truth to them, you know, and I think are valuable for people to you know, see if there's a comparison that they can make in their own lives where they might find something that I think is useful. Or, you know, I encourage people to compare and contrast their experiences to mine, certainly. But at no point is it my opinion or my intent to express my opinion as anything other than just opinions. Like, these are really just things that I think, you know. It's not like I'm not expressing my thoughts as like a PhD thesis. If other people want to consider the things that I think and say as influential and a good model, hey, Freshwater Fern, welcome. Yo, who am I? Hey, my name's Adam. I am a pixel artist and game developer. I'm a YouTuber and a Twitch streamer, and I'm making this game called Insignia. And the game looks like this. You turn the music down. Maybe put the retro filter on. This is a game that I'm making. It's called Insignia. And I've been working on it for a long time. This is kind of like what I do on this channel. That's like, this is me. This is my stuff. I have been working on other things as well. So at the moment, I actually have a contract job that I'm doing, and we're doing it's kind of like a game for a museum. And the game for the museum is about archaeology. So I'm actually doing some sprites on stream for that. This is the game. This is Insignia. This is totally different. It's an action adventure, side-scrolling platformer with, you know, Metroidvania vibes. Think Zelda meets Metroidvania. And yeah, that's my baby. But when I'm not working on that, I am doing other things, like this contract job. I started the game solo. I worked on it solo for many years. It's now a team project. I am the director of that team. I'm also the lead developer and lead artist, animator, you know, etc. But we do have a composer as well that we work with, and a sound effect artist and other specified roles, additional animators, that kind of thing. I might be hiring an environment artist soon. CFDJ says highlighting other pixel art creators to might make good short content. Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea. For sure. I think right now, like, the position I'm in with Insignia insofar as like content creation and shorts and stuff is I'm just trying to promote what I'm making, and it's that in and of itself is kind of hard to do. like finding the right way to evangelize and market the game that I'm making. I think it's really cool. I'm super excited about it, and I think other people will be too. It's just like, okay, how do you do that in a TikTok? Like, what is the way to do it in a way that's like sustainable and you can do like long term, like where you can constantly be pushing out new little nuggets and introducing people. I think that the real challenge is like onboarding. It's like, how do you get someone who knows nothing about what you do to get excited and care about a thing that you are working on? And I think, you know, if I had like in a traditional sense, you would just do like a trailer. And then you would say like, hey, like check back in, you know, however many months from now when the game's done. Thank you very much. But these days you really have to consistently push out a signal that reflects kind of what you're making and how that's moving and why people should be excited about what's coming up next, and to, you know, keep the conversation kind of live, which I find is difficult with a story-based game. You know, it's not the kind of game that has these like crazy emergent moments in it, where every time I turn the game on, something happens that I've never seen before. It's not a game where like it's going to surprise me as the developer. So trying to come up with some kind of method of producing content that is fresh and exciting and brings people into what I love about the game is my priority at the moment. Not to say that shouting out other developers isn't like a you know, aligned with my values as a dev, or just like as a pixel art ambassador. For sure, like that's really important to me too. It's just I gotta focus on one thing at a time sometimes. I've been developing Insignia since 2017. It's quite a long way along these days. It was solo until 2024. So I spent like 7 or 8 years just working on it on my own. Here on stream, actually. I started streaming in 2018. So I've been doing this, not this, but I've been doing, yeah, pixel art on stream for my game and all that kind of stuff for ages. And I do enjoy it quite a lot, if I do say so myself. Pixel art's super fun. I know, 8 years. It sounds like a long time, but honestly, it hasn't felt that long at all. I kind of just have been enjoying the process of like, you know, you sort of, I think what happens is you start something and you have like a certain kind of ambition for it. It's like, I'm going to make a big game like the games I grew up playing all by myself. And you go, and it's probably not going to happen. You know, you sort of accept, a part of you accepts that it's not really realistic to try to do that. And then another part of you goes, but maybe, you know, maybe it could happen. And then you spend like years and years and years making small progress, or making, you know, sometimes you're making like good progress that needs to later get undone. Like, oh, I was so close to making this, you know, this part work, and, you know, the game was, you know, reasonably fun for like 45 minutes, but now it needs to sort of grow a little bit and be fun for like 5 hours because people are going to get bored of the story if I'm not doing better at storytelling. So you kind of start to think about how the little things that you're doing right need to be amplified and made more, you know, just more cohesive as a project. And then you start to think, okay, now I need to market this thing. Like, oh, geez, like I kind of forgot about that. Like, I think the game is cool, but like not everyone knows about it. So what do I have to do to make it so that when I'm, you know, if I'm trying to grow, like in my case, the game got kind of just too big for me. That was the thing. It just like, it got too big for me to make by myself. And I started getting, it's like good enough. I started getting good enough at what I was doing to have ambitions about a version of the game that was more than what I was making it by myself. Like the pixel art, the best pixel art in the game was outstripping the best music. So it's like, well, if I want music that's going to match my pixel art, like I need to hire a composer. And if I want to hire a composer, I need some money. And if I need some money, I probably need to go pitch to someone. I need to go get grant funding or publisher funding. And even just that has been like 2 or 3 years of just like transitioning the project towards something that is marketable and worth someone else's money and time and attention as a project, you know, as a brand even. So yeah, these days I'm like Mr. Businessman. But I still try to do as much of the hands-on stuff as possible. This is looking pretty cool. How big is my project? Yeah, the project, the game itself is about, it's going to be like probably like 18 hours plus, maybe 20 hours of gameplay. It's a big game. It's like a, you know, 5 different chapters of story across different regions of the world. And hey, Javine. Hey, that's great. It's a great streak. You know, it's like a Zelda, you know, it's like a proper, like Link's Awakening, or even kind of more ambitious than Link's Awakening. Maybe like A Link to the Past. Trying to look at this reference. This is what they gave me. That's what I'm drawing right now. So that versus that. Not bad. I'm drawing it from a slightly different angle. I think maybe well, maybe a bit more depth here in the chin. Is he dead? It's actually a ceramic bowl for smoking tobacco is what it is. It's not even like a real skull. It's just like a sculpture of a skull. It's like somebody, what this is like the 18th century equivalent of someone going down to their local tobacconist and buying the really cool skull bong. That's what this literally is. It's an actual artifact. Like it's a real, it really exists. Yeah, it's like a sick ashtray. Isn't that crazy?
Are you using a mouse to draw in ASAP Right?
No, I'm actually just using a pen. So I'm using, let me show you. I have this and this, and I draw like that. I am, I'm a little bit, I always like to try out budget tablets. That's just like a thing that I like to do. And I'm currently using the cheapest Wacom, pretty much the cheapest that you can get. And, you know, I found that after using like the Intuos Pro and then the Intuos Small, and then this isn't even Intuos, this is like the one by Wacom. It's like $100 less, $100 or less. That experience has led me to believe that, like, honestly, it almost doesn't matter. The technology's like so far along now that it's literally not important which one you get, at least for pixel art. Even for like higher, you know, higher resolution art, like high def stuff, it's really not been an issue for me. They're all very accurate. You know, it is just a mouse that you hold in your hand, ultimately. I mean, a mouse that looks like a pen that you hold in your hand, in your fingers. What's the right way to say what I'm trying to say? You know what I mean. It's really just a mouse that you hold like a pen. There you go. Yeah, but the thing is, pressure sensitivity is such a bog standard feature that, like, even the very, very, very cheapest one has pressure sensitivity. You know? It's not a... The thing is, like, if you go and get, like, the most expensive ones, they'll say, like, oh, we've got, you know, 8,128 or whatever it is, you know, levels of pressure sensitivity. And like the cheapest one is like only 1024 or 2048 levels of pressure sensitivity. Only 2000 levels of pressure sensitivity. But it's like, okay, I get 2000 levels of pressure sensitivity. Like, what am I gonna miss? What's the, if we push down, can you even tell if this was this is quantized relative to this, such that you get 4 times the amount of pixels for every level of pressure. I mean, maybe the lightest level is a little bit, I think I've got it configured so that it's a bit stubby at the beginning, but that's in the pen settings. But as I drag, like, can you notice, you know? Probably not. So that's where I'm at with it. Like, I sort of just don't, I've never really been in a position where I've been able to tell the difference. And so I don't really recommend to people to buy the expensive ones because they just don't provide enough distinct value for it to be worth your time. I really feel that way. And I'm someone who's been using tablets every single day for genuinely the last 20 years almost. Dude, I think I've nailed this thing. This looks exactly like the reference. There's some orange kind of dark spots on it. It looks like maybe it got a little bit damaged or stained. Okay, now we're going to get the colors right. Did Chrono have any influence on Armin? On this guy? Yes, I would say. Yes. I think to a degree, but not particularly. I would say, actually, it's a lot closer to something from Secret of Mana than Chrono Trigger in terms of like the character inspiration. But even more than that, it's Guybrush Threepwood from Monkey Island. That would be the biggest influence in terms of like character design. But the hair, yeah. Also, Jim Hawkins, is that his name? In Treasure Planet. I always get when Jim Hawkins, when I say that name out loud, because I've been watching Stranger Things recently, again, my brain's like, Jim Hawkins, that's the name of the guy from the police department. And then it's like, no, that's Hopper. And the place is called Hawkins. Where he's from. It's like, okay. And then like, is Jim Hawkins the guy from The Darkness? Like the band? No, that's Justin Hawkins. Okay, we're going to take this and we're going to map all the colors correctly. So let's take this one here and then let's make it a little more desaturated. And then let's take this one here and also make it a little more desaturated. And maybe a little more... Very nice, very nice. Cool. And then maybe take some of the yellow out of these. Again, just desaturate a little bit. And this one I want to be closer to the previous one. This one we can also desaturate just ever so slightly. Still want a little bit of color in there. So maybe let's bring this back. You want to see it right next to it? Let me do this properly. View size 100? You mean like making it as big as I can on screen? Oh, the colors on my other monitor look different from these ones. Ba 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 da ba 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 ba. Yeah, I was trying to do it from a different angle, more top down, but I think you're right. You could stretch it out a bit more. I'm trying to work out how to do that in a way that's not going to hurt what I've already done. Sweet. And then it actually does have like a bowl aspect behind it. I'm just going to give them the perspective that they have. And it's kind of looking up. That's the other thing that I don't have in this one. I think this needs to be a bit more like this. And this needs to be a bit more like this. Trying not to dither too much. And there's this kind of like it's very like gray. In this color. I think I'm just about done with it. Did I activate a ruler somehow? How did I do that? Control G, okay. New feature unlocked. And the closer you get, the more kind of uncanny it gets. Like you actually have to do better. For the Museum of History, New South Wales. This is going to be, it might be in the first Government House gallery. I'm not exactly sure where they're going to host it. Either in the Pitt Street, like museum, or in First Government House. I'm not sure. I actually have never been to First Government House. I know it's not far from there. Because the main location is the one near Pitt Street for the Museum of History, which, yeah, that's looking pretty schmick. Could boost up the white on these teeth. Maybe soften this off a little bit. Pretty good, Adam. Pretty good. Sometimes I worry that my pixel art, it's not like pixel art. I mean, it 100% is, but like the aesthetic is a bit more like a painting in low resolution. Than it is like specifically pixel art. I don't know if it's like the color density or the way that I'm trying to be very specific about the shapes that or I guess less specific about the shapes. I don't know. It's like a random insecurity maybe. I think it's pretty good. It looks like the thing it's trying to look like. Certainly. If I was familiar with this object and then I saw some pixel art of it, I would say that looks like that pipe. I think the fact that I've never seen this pipe in real life, or probably most people who'll be looking at this haven't seen it, so they'll just think it's a skull, which is fine. That's okay. That's not really my problem. I wouldn't know. Yeah, maybe the lack of contrast. All right, well. Oh, thank you. I will be working on Insignia today, Tony. Yeah, I just need to get through some of this work first. Cool. I might hand this in now. I just want to make sure that the colors aren't screwed. Yeah, I mean, you can. So yes, the timeline does, my timeline that I gave publishers does vary depending on the support slightly. So it's not a whole lot, but it is. Hang on, one sec. Palette from Sprite, and then indexed color mode, and then this color, I think I just want to push it a little bit less saturated. And then this one can go also as well, just there. Cool. And then I think I'll just bring this up. It's just that looks so burnt on this monitor. What is that? The color just looks... It's so red, but not at all on this one. That's a huge difference. But then this is like so... Man, the colors on this monitor. Bro, like that's yellow. I think I trust. Wow, these monitors are so different. Damn. I think I'm going to trust this one. I did all the work on this one. I just noticed like in the very specific spectrum of like yellow and pink, there's just an odd spot between the two monitors that's so different. And I literally don't know which one to trust. I'm just going to accept it and move on. I can't sit here toggling back and forth forever. On my screen, I see the bone color, the whiter grayish shade. In the stream, it looks closer to the left monitor. Well, it depends on your monitor as well. Like this color here, does this read as having a shade of pink inside of it to you? Everybody who can see this and see a little bit of pink in it, like a little bit of like a burnt pink, say I. And everybody who can't, say N. Ignore this one. I mean like an uncomfortable amount of pink relative to this color. Like if this color versus this color, this should look sort of like tan, and then this should look like just a brighter shade above this one. But if this looks like it has more red in it than this, that's the thing that I'm concerned about. They are matching, because on my second monitor, on my old BenQ monitor, this color here has pink in it. You know what? I'm just gonna let it go. I think it's okay. I think it's just the viewing angle is giving me that impression. I think it's fine. Yeah, it's just like if you look at the spectrum here, you can see it's right on that border. See here how like this side yellow, this side pink, and it's dead in the middle. Anyway, it's okay. I'm happy with it as it is. All right, 1 sec, pals. Where am I? I am in archaeology. There it is. Assets, sprites. Actually, I just realized I missed a spot right down here. I just already submitted it. And then I realized it's not like totally wrong. It's just that like this should be 3 separate fingers. So that should be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And then it should come up across from there like that. And then let's smoothen that out and then bring this across like that. So it's like a clearer detail. That's better. Sweet. Okay, one more thing I need to do. Cool. Okay, I'm going to go back and read a bunch of your comments because I've been kind of a bit stuck on this task, not being able to pay too much attention. Let's go from here and call it demo updates. Save that and go whoop. Okay, I think client is happy. I think I can move on and back to work for today. Cool. So let's chat. Slashed says, do you know what you'll price Insignia at? I feel like I've been seeing, I feel like I've seen a video of yours about market research, but you do so much, I might be confusing. It's really helpful, by the way. Thank you a lot. So on the topic of market research, actually my most recent video talks about it a little bit. I produced a bunch of data for my own research. But by my own research, I mean like literally. Insignia. What do we call this? Pitch. And the pitch has a competitor analysis inside of it. So there was an index here. You're talking about, I have this index, which was like a sample of a bigger index that I did of about 50 games in the same sort of ballpark genre and pixel art games as Insignia is trying to be. And I grabbed the base price of all of them as well. So I could tell you kind of like how much these games go for. So you can see here, 30 AUD is very common. 30 AUD, so 20 USD. That's a really, really common number for a lot of these like bigger scale games. I will probably price Insignia, or at least encourage for Insignia to be priced at about the same, 20 USD. I think that's just reasonable. Sea of Stars is one that's a lot higher, and I don't know if it actually hurt the sales. Can't tell. It reviewed very well. People seem to like it. So they had a huge backing, $1.6 million in Canadian dollars. Massive Kickstarter campaign. Yeah, the publisher will probably want to set the price. That's why I said we'll push for the price to be a certain number. I won't have full control if I go through a publisher. But I think both a publisher and I would agree on a price. I think it would be pretty reasonable to say 20 USD. If they said to me they wanted to do it for like 100 USD, what am I going to do? Say yes to that? No way. Lusty Buns. Hey Lusty, long time no see. I think I know your name. Do you think your soothing Aussie accent has afforded you some extra credibility with American audiences? Do you know what? I have no idea. I have no clue. I don't even know if my voice is soothing. Do you know, among the people that I live with and spend time with, everyone would say that my voice is like monotonous and too quiet. That's what I hear. Like people can't hear what I'm saying and I mumble a lot. But on stream, maybe it's different. And internationally, maybe there's just like a different interpretation of my voice that people seem to like. I'm grateful, but I don't hear it personally. Like, yeah, it's just what it is. Okay, so let's go over to... today I worked on some stuff. Let me see if I want to close off this so I don't dox anybody. Close that. Quit out of that. And then close this. And then, okay, so yesterday we were working on this concept for a moment in the game. And then this morning I had a meeting with my sound team. In fact, let's leave the retro filter on. I think it's probably a little strong, but I want to show you, we're working on a scene for chapter 2 that is coming along pretty well, actually. So it's this courtroom scene between, this is in Cheverton, this is the second town in the game. And this is like the lord of this town is, you know, he's attending court. Everything's coming together quite well. We were talking about music today and sound effects for this scene. He's a schemer. Coming along pretty well, I think. These scan lines are a little bit annoying. And he moonwalked away. And he bunny hopped out of the court. Okay. So, we are doing our very best to focus. I'm struggling. It's in Act 2. Yeah, that's not in the demo. So the demo ends here. And Act 2 is all of this. And you were seeing something here. So yeah, not in the demo. That's a little bit of a sneaky peek. Oh yeah. I had such a moment on stream the other day because we were doing this. It's a 5-act game. And there's a moment, this is like you've just done all of the story for chapter 1, right? You're at the very end of the chapter and she starts talking about the next chapter, you know, places that you have to go. And this is like very minor. You'll see like all of the level shown here. And then I'll turn it off for now. And then you come over here and you get this crystal. Let me just see if I can get through this. I don't. I'm just going to make the game that I'm making. And I don't think people who watch it, I just don't expect you guys to be spoiled. Anyway, then this ends and you get a new quest, right? That's a main quest. And then it does this, zooms out, goes all the way over there, and then stamps a place that is so far off the map that there's like so much game content between. And then you leave and the demo ends. Oh, so cool. So cool. To like be stuck, like you're here and then there's all of this and it's like, what's over there? It's not a super good demo of that because all of this wasn't on the map because we didn't play it because we just jumped in through the editor. But it felt so good the other day seeing like all of this and then nothing and then this, just a little like. Okay. So, yeah, trying really hard to get through this stuff. Let me just have a look. This is done. This is done. This was done. This was done. Dun, dun, dun. White color, screen shake, redesign Crucible teleporter. Yeah, that's all important stuff. That's sitting, you know, certainly up there in terms of importance. It's now 2:30 p.m. And I've been doing archaeology stuff before that, and then chapter 2 stuff from 10. And then I have to leave about here to go to an event later on from 6:30. All right. So I need a drink. I haven't had any of my drink. How would you translate sticky beak? Translate into what? Plain English. Snoop. A sticky beak is like a snoop. Like just having a look. A little look. Okay. Someone who is a sticky beak is someone who's like, yeah, a snoop, I would say, right? Or like a nosy, a busybody. Sure. Yeah, nosy would be another one. A nosy Parker. Okay. So condition. Do I really not have anything to stop these guys from showing up? This bridge sequence, does it not have a condition toggle on it? It does. Okay. So this is a toggle that toggles all of these transforms, including the Hunden here. Great, perfect. And it only does this. It toggles everything on if you don't have the bridge sequence flag. But it's also, will you tag your game furry? No. This also needs to happen. It's kind of like, if you and you have true, met Harriet. So if we haven't done anything here, yeah, this shouldn't be there. But then how did that Hunden show up? Oh, he didn't. Interesting. It's just that the toggle, for whatever reason, is there. But this box collider... Oh, I see. Okay. Well... the trigger box for this could be there. And then this player detector needs this. And then that should not fire. Okay. Now the question is, when will it happen? Maybe as you leave? I think that's probably appropriate. So if I put the trigger here and I undo exactly everything I just did, then it's like we cross the bridge Oh, I see. Oh, in that case. Okay, we want Armin to interact with them. Well, then this is fine, I suppose. But I guess I wanted Armin to roll over the bridge. There's no timeline for this? I don't believe that. Oh, I think I unplugged it. Yeah, to work on later. All right, well, that's got to go on the to-do list. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a bit. That's a good question, Tony. Like, what will you see on the map? I don't know. I'll think about it. I don't know. Definitely there'll be a bit more info on the map. I'm just not sure exactly how I'll present it, but I gotta work on that. A bit more text. Okay. So, what can I do? Here's my question to myself. What can I do to make this work the way that I want it to? I think what it is, let's talk through it really quickly. I think my concern is something along the lines of, if I want this to happen, it's not going to look like this. It's not going to look this good. But I think what I want is, while Armin is, doing his little this, I want the flames to sort of feel like they're naturally doing this. And I think my concern is that having them follow that curve like this is very difficult to do unless I'm doing it by hand. Now, I love to animate by hand, but it's very expensive to invest that time if it's not going to work out exactly right. So the alternative would be something like a particle system, where you have the particles being, sort of like this shaped, and they're just doing their pixel art thing. They're just resolving over time, and you're having them follow one of many paths. And then you have like some behind that, which are the darker color, that are also doing the same thing. So you have just like a lot of flamey looking stuff, which is what happens, right, when you're animating flames. I mean, that's what it is. Fire is just a bunch of particles moving in a direction. It's just, it feels a little bit to me, when I draw this kind of stuff, I like to think in sort of more like volumes rather than particles. And those volumes can sometimes be shapes that are larger than, larger than one particle. So if you randomize it, you kind of won't get those volumes. It might be something about the emission. Well, in 3D, you would do like, you would have like a ribbon maybe that was moving around in 3D space, and the ribbon has a texture on it. The texture is flame shaped, and you would just wrap the texture. And I guess we could still do that, and then pixelate it. Like, that's totally doable as well. I think what I'm trying to do here, what I'm a little bit concerned about, is the difference between And this is like, man, video games do this all the time and players don't notice. There'll be a way to do it that's like pretty easy. And then there'll be a way to do it that looks better, but it's like extremely difficult. And what you get is the pretty easy one most of the time. And the extremely difficult one, you can't even tell as a player that it was extremely difficult. So even if you do the extremely difficult version, the players are just like, looks like fire to me. So this is kind of like a signal to like probably make it easy for myself, you know, just do the thing that makes sense to me rather than try to optimize this. For me, I mean, even in this, you can see the difference between like the rendering techniques of this, like what this is, it's a very manicured thing versus something that's a bit more like, you know, I'm just drawing some swoops and doing some stuff. I don't have like answers, unfortunately. Like, pardon me, I don't have like a workflow for animating stuff like this. It's an important moment. This is the kind of stuff that like for a trailer, I would put effort in. So yeah, this happens all the time. Anytime you teleport. Yeah, it's basically like if I was to just do this myself, like I literally would just go File, New, 640 by 360, and I would literally sit here and animate that exact thing. Like I would just, you know, the old way, which I've done in parts of the game before. Like in the title, in the intro, there's like smoke as you're running across the screen, and that smoke is just fully hand drawn. There's no like, there's no particle system happening. It's just me drawing frame by frame the shapes and then animating those shapes. Which, you know, I don't mind doing, I like to do it, but it's maybe something that like an effects animator would be better suited to do. Like maybe it's the kind of task that like, even though I can do it, maybe I shouldn't be the one doing it. And if I had my budget sorted, I probably would just, I wouldn't even bother doing it myself. But it's because I don't have that budget sorted right now, it's like I'm sort of put in a position where I have to source it myself a little bit to prove that I know how to have, that I have the vision, I suppose. Realistically, you know, in a way, I think something that I'm noticing is that like pitching is very expensive. It takes a lot of energy to do, not because it's hard to convince someone to, you know, like your game, but because it requires them being able to play it as if it was a finished game. In some ways, like the parts that the game is contingent on, in this case, the storytelling and the visual aspect of that storytelling, that has to be polished for the duration of the demo that I'm giving you. So, especially if I'm trying to get your trust as a publisher, like I need you to look at what I'm doing and say, wow, that's great. And then you give me the money and then I can outsource somebody to do the thing that I already know how to do. That's, you know, whatever. But before that point, it's like, well, you have to show us that that's worth it. And that's fine. It's not a problem. It's just like very time consuming to bring a whole game to that level of polish. When if I had the funds, I would just do it. I would just delegate it, you know, like I would just pay someone and I would direct them and I would, you know, we'd get there. but that wouldn't require the game to be at a level of polish that was, you know, so far along. Just to have that conversation, just to start outsourcing it, you know? So it's just that it slows down the game production to have to demo it. And I think, again, I think that's something that only certain games suffer. I think if you have like a very like loop-based game, demoing it is just like, well, wherever you're at in the game right now. Like if you're making like a Balatro or like a even like a Slay the Spire or something like that, it's like, well, if the game's playable right now, if you can give someone a demo of it, you have to be at that point in order to make the game. You have to be able to play test it as you're working on it. Whereas a story-based game, it's like a movie. You know, you don't want to film in a movie. You don't want to film the whole movie before you've cast the actors, but you might not have the budget before you've sold the movie to a producer or something to cast those actors. So saying I would put, you know, so-and-so in this role is different from seeing them in the role. And you might, if you're like an indie filmmaker, you might not be able to get Leonardo DiCaprio to act in your indie film. So saying it'll be someone like Leonardo DiCaprio doing this role is kind of just not as compelling as literally having him there. Or saying we're going to have this scene where there's a car crash and it's going to really lift the scene, but we can't afford to do a car crash anytime prior than like after the, you know, there's only going to be one car that's crashed for this shot. We're going to put a lot of money in this shot. So like prior to that point, whenever we talk about that scene, the car crash scene, it's like, well, that's going to be great. Trust us. Yeah, I mean, a TV pilot's a good example too, but even a TV pilot, it's sort of like, I think it's quite expensive to shoot one of those. And I think an episode of a TV show that's in production is a lot cheaper than one that is a pilot. Because you've already got your, you know, your workflow set up. You know, we're going to come in, we've got this studio space booked for a whole year. We're going to set up the sets and we're going to record like 20 scenes in these sets that we will know that we're going to shoot in. We don't have to worry about scheduling the different times when we go to these sets because they're already, you know, set. We already have booked them because we built them. But if we couldn't afford to build them, then we'd have to go and shoot on location or something, and maybe that would cost more to get all of the equipment moved to the locations. I feel like it's lining up. So this is probably going to be too complicated for me to animate. Just thinking out loud. If I animated this by hand, it would take me the rest of the day. Which is not that bad. But it means that this is like a 4-day shot. Nah, I could do it in less time than that. But I think the hard part is like this shot evokes something that I'm not going to be able to do very easily. And it's the idea that this has to animate into this, 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 or whatever. It has to all move into the next. In order to loop, you have to start in from nothing and then animate the parts in and then animate them out as well, and the loop. So if I'm going to do this, I think I have to make it something that's repeatable. I think I have to have other parts in the game where I use this swirling particle effect. And I have not guaranteed, but I've got the idea. Yeah, I did this for Prime's game. I did a swirling portal, and it was much smaller than this, and it took me about an hour, and it was this big, and it was like bits swirling around like that. Do you remember that? Who was there for that? Who remembers the swirling portal that all the enemies come out of in Prime's game? It was red. So much better than the caves. Dude, the caves were just so bad, and they required like me to do 4 different directions, and ugh, why would anybody? I was like, TJ, let me make this a portal. He wasn't sold on it until it was done. All right. Am I making it white gray so that I can color it with a shader? It's mostly just so that I don't get confused. How did you fill the portal with red so fast but all the pixels weren't connected? Lots of little tricks there. So one is, I've already selected this, so I can just fill. That's easy. And if you've already got something else in there, the fill is going to go around that. Also, you can use the shade tool. So you can shade alpha from alpha to red. And then you can do that anywhere and it won't interrupt anything. But, you know, this also works. The background image is made for the publishers. It's not animated. Is that what's happening? No, the background animation is made for me as a visual test to see what I would want this scene to look like. And I'm thinking about, how do I want to animate this? Do I do it by hand? Do I use a particle system? What's the right way to do it? So I'm still figuring it out. I'm very anxious about it. You can see I've been procrastinating about it quite a lot. Like animating this to do essentially what is a path that's going to trace from here to here. To here, to here, to here. I knew right away that the smoke in the intro was hand animated. I probably wouldn't have noticed if it wasn't. Oh, it's not, like, it's fine for you to notice that it's hand animated. That's not a problem. It's not a value question of like whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just like, it is. You know what I mean? Like that's how I chose. At the time, that's the best way I knew how to do that. Today, I would probably do that with a particle system or like a shader. And I've gotten better at shading because I didn't know how to use shaders at all back then. So like, I probably would have done that with a shader. And now the question is like, is this one of those things? Is this one of the things that I would probably have done with a shader if I knew better? The only problem is this might take me like, if I was doing this with like a ribbon and a shader, it might take me a week before I've got something that I'm happy with, rather than a day or two. And the thing that I make after that week, it mightn't be able to do this. It might be able to do something sort of like this that's still good, you know, still interesting. I'm not sure. There's also like a different value when something looks like it's done digitally. It makes it feel more video gamey to me. And a lot of games, like, you know, you look at like a Symphony of the Night, Castlevania Symphony of the Night. There are lots of things in that game that do weird like VFX stuff that look kind of like a little dumb in that game, but also like it kind of gives it a little like video game kitschiness that's cool. So I would use a mixture of a particle system and like a ribbon. So a ribbon is like, you literally just take like a mesh that's like this. And then you bend that mesh around in 3D space. And then you project, you have your particle effect across the surface of this, your flame effect. And if you were to lay that out straight, what that would look like is, here's your mesh. What you do is you say, hey, across this mesh, I'm going to create a noise texture, which looks like this. And what I'm going to do with that texture is I'm going to stretch it like that. And then I'm going to step it so that it looks more like this. And then I'm going to do a couple of layers, like octaves, so that there are little bits that come throughout this. Right. And then I'm going to animate that so that it moves along this and like resolves. It feels like it's like flowing. You know, this will shrink and grow and it will move through the space. Maybe you have two different speeds of noise moving past each other and you only show where they overlap. And then you apply that across the surface of this so that it's running across this. That's what you do. And then you might have some logic. I could do something where maybe we, depending on how far away in the Z depth of the scene it is. If it's back here, you paint more of it the darker color. So it looks like there's like foreground, background, or you just literally put a black shade in between. The problem is like, you might notice very obviously that it's like a ribbon. Like you would have to lean into that. You wouldn't just be like I don't think I could make the fire look like this. And for me, there's like a brand question as well of like, this is quite subtle. But I am designing. Where is it? There's like a very specific kind of set of visual effects that I'm trying to match in the game, across the game. Between all of these is kind of like a fire, just a colored fire. But, you know, ideally you would have the blue one look like water, like this. I would have to animate this four different times to do that correctly. But in the meantime, because anvils, blacksmithing, flames, you could probably just get away with flames once. So, I don't know. It's really tough. It's like you got to be careful. And the fear is that, like, if you get caught up in the technological aspect of it, you can get stuck in a place that doesn't really look like anything. And you've put a lot of time into it, and it's just not doing it. Whereas doing it by hand, it's like, well, at least I know what I'm going to get because I'm animating it. Like some wizard somewhere probably could do anything, but it's hard to, you know, it's hard to be one of those wizards, let alone find one. And people have different standards too. Like I've got, I would say, high standards when it comes to this stuff. If it was up to me, like there would be somebody full-time on this project just working on VFX, just toiling and toiling and toiling away at VFX. I would do it myself. I would spend months learning shader code if I could do this. More months, like so many more months. And I'm not super happy with my shader knowledge at the moment. Like I just don't think I'm there yet. Shader graph is okay, but I think it's holding me back. And I don't really have a workflow for working with shaders that doesn't involve shader graph. And I want to, like I really badly want to start making shaders that are just code. So then like for now, it's like, do we just do the best we can? Your explanation of the ribbon shader approach was really good. Is there any value in replacing the noise-based approach with hand-painted sprites for the ribbon so the ribbon is playing frames? Not out of the question, certainly. Yes, you could do it. The only thing is, when you paint it, this is the thing. At a certain point, it needs to pixelate. Right, to be part of the game, part of the valid video game space. At a certain point, it needs to pixelate, which means if I hand animated it, what I'd be hand animating is like a vector or a very high resolution, very flat looking animation of fire moving across just a vertical strip, and then I would put a pixelation filter over that. Because if you try to, rotate pixel art, it's going to look weird. So yeah, I mean, possible. It's not a bad, not a bad idea at all. To just animate a strip and then command that strip around. The only thing is you can't parameterize that. That's the problem. Like the beauty of doing it in a shader would be that you get to define like more aggression in the flames. You could drag a slider and it gets wider, or having it be more or less chaotic over space. So like, oh, we want it to clump as it's wrapping around so that some bits are thicker and more full and other bits taper and are more thin. That chaos, if you're doing it hand animated, you won't get that chaos. You'll just get the repeated texture that you drew. Yeah, I love this conversation. I wish I wasn't having it in such a high stakes environment when it comes to Insignia. I wish I was learning this stuff in an environment that would allow me to just like screw it up and move on. Maybe that's something that I'll just like do, but it's really important. One thing that I'm sort of learning over time is, especially as I do this Pomodoro stuff, which I'm not doing today, is there's kind of like a degree to which if you are trying to make a game and you are trying to also experiment with things and learn and become better at making that game, you need to be able to segment your time between productive tasks on my game and R&D. And sometimes R&D feels like it's productive and you just spend like a month doing whatever the hell you want. And then at the end of it, you have nothing has happened in the production. And you think, oh, should I have felt guilty about that? Did I do a good thing? I don't know. That can be really hard. You need to really time box, like, okay, I'm going to spend an hour on learning how to do this thing. And it's fine for me to spend an hour, but I'm not going to spend more than that per week or whatever. All right. So let's just, I can't believe I'm doing this, but let's get like 14 frames maybe. What? Where did the... What? Maybe a little slower still. That's 20 frames per second. If you want to make it 24 frames per second, it's 1000 divided by 24. Puts us at 41. So, this might be very expensive to do. It looks cool. I just don't know what I want to do here. Because all the stuff I'm doing here, like, man, you guys, I don't know. It feels dangerous to me right now to do this way. Like just animating this, for example, this has to look continuous. So if I give this some identity and say, okay, it's going to look like this, and then like this, and then like that. Okay, let's say it's this shape. Next frame, I have to still create that shape, and I have to sort of, let's take this away for a sec. Okay, so I have to say, how did this shape become whatever this is. You know, how does this work? And it's so easy to fall out of that form and have it just look like a big mess. Like, I will be doing this for I don't know how long if I try to do this. And you can make it look good in like a very small area, but then it's like it's got to look good everywhere for the effect to be super satisfying. So you might start and get really good results early. And then it just falls apart because you just can't keep up the quality. I could reuse them. I actually could. Like, I have a system where we probably could do that. Maybe like for now, that's the best thing to do. I'll just leave this here for now. Ensign, flame, rotate. Okay. Man, what's going on with my mouse today? Assets, sprites, effects, ensigns, I guess. So the easy way would be to literally just assign the ensign effects. So I have these things here. Where you can see it's just like, that's just how we do lightning in the game. So yes, I could do the other effects that way. That's how I do fire, for example. How cool is that? That looks like some kind of pentagram situation. Maybe I should just roll with this. The leaf effect looks like this. Not quite as nice as the flame effect. Hey, Totibelda, welcome. Nice to have you here. Yeah, what's going wrong here? Something about the way that the leaves inherit. The particle system's not quite right, is it? That's a bit better. Point 0.7. Also, I would love for their color over lifetime to decay a little bit nicer. So you take this and you say, we're going to make this white. Which is the intended color. And then white here. And then we're going to fade out just at the very end. That's better. Oh, the emission size is easy too. Yeah, the actual shape you mean? Right now it's, oh, that's why it's conical. And then I think we would have to start the direction. The direction would have to be a little bit, I think, because right now it's going in every, it's going out from the point. Maybe if we bring this start speed down. I also just think that the rotation should be more randomized too. I think bringing it in a little bit would be good. Back to like that. And then maybe the lifetime could be a little bit longer. And the emission rate could be a little higher. Yeah. Happy with that. Let's copy that. Go to the leaf. And then paste the values. Save it. And let's see what happens in the game using that ability now, because it's got to actually work. I was pretty happy with it, so to have just changed it so drastically is kind of not a very nice move to make, but I think it needs to be... I think the way I had it was right. Yeah, I like the way that I used to have it. And the delta between those two things is probably more to do with the cone. It's a shame. Maybe it's the difference between like a particle effect that I'm trying to draw and like something that the player can do. Yeah. They're all facing up right now. Right now, it's not a huge deal. Like they can align. If you're asking like, what am I doing to randomize it or like stop them from overlapping? The goal that I have, like the principle I have, is to make it so that enemies overlapping is just not something like having, how do I put it? Not needing to have enemies, as many enemies in a scene for it to be interesting and a challenge, I think is my goal. So the enemies themselves are a little bit more complex. I think it's okay for them to overlap. I think it's fine. I can split them up. I can use physics to separate them over time. That's not that hard. It's just like, how valuable is it to do that? If I was spawning like 5 enemies in at a time and they were all overlapping, yeah, it would be a problem. You could do what they do in Smash Brothers, where you just have like a magnetic force constantly pushing things away from each other. So coming back to this thing here, the reason why I'm not happy with using those particle effects for this system is because I think I'm not going to get this effect from that. I just don't think it's going to look good. this very like blacked out silhouette. If I had all these leaf shapes inside of this, I think it would look kind of goofy. You know, like all these different shades of color. I don't think you would get that silhouette of Armin that I'm looking for. Which is hard. I mean, it means that I need to either compromise on the effect or like, yeah, hand draw it, which is really tough. This I probably could animate though. I just need to do a good job of it. He said. All right, let's just give it a go. I'm spending more time procrastinating about it than I would be doing it. I'm going to use my technique here, which is to draw one thing and animate the one thing. I think what I want to do is have everything move about half the distance. It doesn't really matter how far things go. We can go faster than that. I think that's fine, but maybe I didn't space it out quite right. Is this AI? This is just a playlist. It's not AI. It's made by Game Chops. I think I would want this to be faster. I think I could do it with fewer frames. Maybe it's okay. It's moving pretty quick. I can speed it up later. Oh, Begin. Begin. You're thinking of from the terminal. No, this isn't that. Begin bot. There's another way to do this, which I might actually do instead. Rather than animate the fire, what you can do is animate the gaps in the fire. I think I'll do that. It might be faster. So let's reset that. Let's take this and let's start with our boom. Boom. Because what's consistent here, the thing that is doing the least moving is the body of the shape. Right, this part we want to be consistent. So we're just going to draw that shape broadly. And then we're going to cut into that shape. That's a better strategy, I think. And probably actually we should just keep it smooth. Just smear it so that it's not about any details here. It's just about the general shape that we want to keep. Okay. Let's start with that. So I'm going to lock that in across the whole thing. Go to a new one. And then I'm actually going to remove this. And maybe what we'll do is we'll use the black or like some really dark gray as the edges. So I'm going to animate off. So if you step back, you can kind of see it looks like it's flickering a little bit. If I take these colors and I shift them to that black color, you can kind of see where I'm going with this. Now I'm going to try something else. Inflation particles. So the goal here is to sort of add particles to now increase that silhouette so that it doesn't look quite so static. I feel like this is starting to look very convincing. If you go to lowspec.com, there is a palette called Apollo, which I created, and that's the closest thing you're going to get to this one. Starting to look pretty good, right? Hey, not me, don't worry. Thank you so much. It's probably too stable right now. Oh, that's looking pretty good there. Now the bottom, you ask. This needs to be flickering constantly every single frame. It's okay. I mean, like, things will be static. That's the whole point. This started as static, right? That's how we got here. So it's important to just remember that if it's not looking how you want it to look, it just means you're not done yet. That's all. It started as a still picture, remember? Almost. I don't think you're doing anything wrong, etiquette-wise. Not me, don't worry. I think you're all good. Don't worry. Sweet. Okay, still a little bit more left. There we go. Okay. And then we could do a little bit more fanciness here if we want. Am I also a musician? Look, not particularly. I like music a lot. I know a little bit of music theory. I've played like instruments and stuff. Like I have in this room, there's a drum kit there and a violin there and a ukulele there and a guitar there and a keyboard in here and a recorder flute in there. Like I like music a lot and it's a big part of my life, but I'm not really as good of a musician as I am a game, like everything else. That's probably one of my weakest skills, despite it being one of the ones that I like the most. It's just creatively, I haven't been able to sink as much time into it as other, kinds of hobbies and things in my life. Guitar, yeah, but not like enough to do professionally. All right. Sprite is the tool that I'm using right now. It's not actually open source. It used to be, and then it was no longer open source in I don't know when it was, 20 something. It hasn't been open source for more than a decade, I don't think. But there's an open source version of it that they kept around at a certain version. So there'll always be an open source version of it, but it lacks some of the features, mostly because the devs kind of wanted to focus properly on it. They wanted to be able to commit to it as a job, which I don't have a problem with. Wah, 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 wah. Okay, let's go work on these. That's too smooth. They need to just disappear, I think. Not even. I'm trying to be too cute with it. It's fire. It has to be chaotic. And it has to be rising all the time. That's the other thing. That's better. Okay, over here. Okay, so the step forward, step back is the comma and the period key, the chevrons, the little arrows that look like that. Forward, back, forward, back. Cool. Sweet. Well, that's one way to do it. Looks good. How many layers did I use? Only that many. Okay. So now the logic would be essentially just Control Shift M until what's left is this. And then I want to replace all of the black with clear. Done. And then we can do whatever we want with this. We can make this green or whatever. Well, we did it. Now we need like a spark animation. And I'd also like to do internal colors too. I'd love it as a second color. So like, you know, I'd probably do that by doing like this. This and this, and go like this, and try to like just solve it that way. It's gonna be more work for sure. Maybe I'll just wait until I'm happy. Just leave it like this for now. Let's export it and just see what we came up with. Was ist das? Was ist das? Okay. Hello. Not bad. Not a bad start. I was halfway through editing that, wasn't I? I just realized that I didn't update that timeline. So now, when Armin explores this, we no longer need to have this whiteout happen here. And we no longer need to do the shake here either. And we don't need this line of what? And then we don't even need these. We just need this. Until the end. That'll do. Most of the default animation speed is 10 FPS. What's happening, Universal? Okay, well that didn't work. Let's try that again. Can I just... Not really. Okay. It's alright, I'll just keep doing it. Wow. Exciting. They're looking okay. I think I would increase the frame rate on those flames. So now what I can do is go to this teleport away sequence, and then we can start working on it here. So here is where we want to do this. You can see there it's moving kind of slow, so we want to make it like 15 FPS. Honestly, it's looking a little harder to look at. It's a little more chaotic here than I expected. 12 maybe. I think there's a bit of not great. It honestly looks okay here, but I can see it. It's right around this region. I think it's a bit blocky. And then we kind of want Armin to be elevated into the air, which we haven't... Did I animate that yet? No, what is this? What's moving here? The y-axis, something's going up, which is Armin. It should be the dummy. Oh, I don't know why that's happening like that. That's so annoying. If I go into this and then check it, I bet you it's connected correctly. See that? It's like set up there correctly. And then if I go and look at the same thing over here, it's not set up. So I have to manually go in, and I don't know what to do. Do I go into the anvil? It's not there. Okay, I go into the teleporter. That's the thing that I'm looking at, and it's correctly set up here. So like, why is this not considered? Because it's not considered an override. So it's, but it should be, because I want to be able to say, hey, do the thing that this is in the prefab. But I can't. So instead I have to do that. And then kind of just... Can we just force this? Not bad. He seems a little bit... seems like he got teleported up quite high. What's that starting point on the y-axis? 0.23. I mean, it's not that different, 2 pixels. Certainly though, this is kind of like, I think it looks better, height-wise, but he's got to get there. But he's way too high here. So then it has to be lower. What's that, just 0? Yeah, okay. This is probably something where we could hand animate him going up inside of Aseprite, but we'd have to have the flame looping a few times inside of Aseprite, which we sort of don't really want to do. So instead, I think what I want to focus on is this blast here, this moment with what happens there. We've got a green shake, we've got a white flash. You'll see it. In that moment, I think we need an ignite little something. This is annoying. That's not good at all. Neither is that. That's better. Isn't that crazy? That's 9 frames of animation. So much value out of like nothing. I feel like you could look at this for like half a minute and not be too bothered by it. Not that we need that long. I also think this probably doesn't need to be there. Pretty good. Yo, is anybody watching the Korean athletics show Physical Asia right now? It's pretty good, but the Australians are kind of insufferable on it. I feel really bad about it. For everyone who doesn't know what it is, it's kind of like, not the Olympics, but it's sort of like an Olympics style event where a bunch of countries get together and compete in, you know, physical activities like CrossFit style stuff. But they're all like set up as like a quest. They're like quests, and there's like an elimination style sort of bracket to see which is the strongest country. And it's based on a format on a previous version of the show called Physical 100, where they take 100, you know, of the fittest people in the world or whatever and try to like see who's the strongest. And it's not just strength, it's other things too, but it's mostly strength. And now they're doing like a team version called Physical Asia, and Australia is on the show as I guess just like a Western representative in Asia. Not that we're in Asia, but you know, close enough. So they've pulled in like a bunch of athletes and, you know, personalities from Australia, and they're sort of insufferable. They're not like what I would represent. They're not who I would choose to represent like Australian sportsmanship, unfortunately. They're kind of like the most American Australians I've ever seen. It's the whole, let's go, you know, that kind of thing. Sorry, Americans. Sorry about the quiet diss there. Especially among like Asian countries where people tend to be a lot smaller, and so like the kind of martial arts that they're, you know, the kind of sports that they're engaging in are more like martial arts, a lot more like technique. And then at the same time, because they're martial arts, it's a lot more about respect and, you know, tradition. And there's just a lot of like cultural stuff in Asian sporting that I think clashes really poorly with this Australian team. Because it's just like, you're seeing these people like being very respectful, you know, we're going to do our best and represent our country. And the Aussies are like, you don't want this, you don't want this. Where were you? Are you Australian, Ginevra? And you're Australian, but like, was Oceania just not a continent? Or like Australia wasn't considered a continent at that point? We were always, like when I was in primary school, Australia was always considered a continent of its own, or part of like Oceania, if you want to call it that. But really, or like Australasia even, but not like, certainly not Asia. That's interesting. I wonder when that became standard. Toilet water? I don't know. Is that a Gen X thing? Or even further back? How old are we talking here? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Because I don't think, like, let me go new incognito window and go map. Like, this is Sydney. I mean, I guess I'm just not from that time, so I can't say. But for me, like, Asia ends pretty much here. Like, right here. Like, yes, Philippines. Indonesia, maybe. Papua New Guinea, no. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, there's no, I mean, it is what it is. So how many continents were you taught about? Like, were the Pacific Islands also considered part of Asia? Like, is Fiji? Was Fiji considered Asia? That's so interesting. That's so interesting. Because I would have guessed that like Gen Xers would consider Australia like less Asian than millennials and Gen Zers would. Because I feel like the immigrant population from Asia has grown significantly in the time since. So I would imagine Gen Xers are like more culturally trying to separate. Maybe that's like Gen Xers versus like the teaching during the time when Gen Xers were in school. Pixel fireplace. Oh, I mean, like, certainly if you were inside of Sydney, like in the inner west or whatever, like it's always been the case. And it's not, I'm not certainly not saying that like that there hasn't been Thai, Vietnamese, Chinese, as you know, in Australia, as long as there's been anybody else outside of Indigenous people. But it's more like the sentiment around Australian identity as a culture, I feel like has shifted quite a lot. I feel like when I was in like learning about geography or whatever, Australia was considered a multicultural, democratic country, not in Asia. Certainly not part of Asia. And I think in a lot of in terms of what the Australian cultural identity, like what it means to be Australian, I felt like was like very white. Like as someone whose family comes from like an immigrant background, like my parents, you know, their parents were immigrants and my parents grew up as children of immigrants. And so for me, it's like, I feel like the Australia that I grew up in, the TV, just the cultural values, I feel like these days, I feel like we have a much more, and again, this could just be geographically like within Sydney, it could be different. But I feel like the valuing the influence of Asian culture inside of Sydney or in Australia is something that there is tension there. Like, I feel like if you go to the city now, there's much more recognition of that culture, of that cultural influence in a positive way. But then I think, so like landmarks and that kind of thing. But then I would say in terms of like cultural identity of Australians, like the people, I feel like there's a lot more tension there in terms of Australians not, maybe it's a current geopolitical thing of like the issue of, I mean, like housing is a big one, you know, people from Asia are all, investors are, international investors are all buying up all the property. That's like a big one that you hear. You hear a lot of like, people don't say hello in the streets anymore when you walk past them. And that's because of, outside cultural values not being upheld, or not allowing the Australian values to be upheld. Things like that. Little sentiments that are about the loss of a kind of Australian culture that was very prevalent, that was very obviously Western in the last century, that I grew up around, certainly. And that I would say, I mean, even in my suburb is a very like, the suburb that I grew up in was one that was culturally very English. And so it was kind of something that I just accepted, that was what Australian culture was like. And that people like me were like, had to assimilate into that a little bit. Like, like this is what people who were here 50 years before my family got here, they set this up this way, and they say hello when you walk past them in the street, so we should say that, because it's like a country that we moved to. So that's kind of like where my brain, I guess, how it oriented itself. But I think these days that idea of like a very white Australian baseline culture, I feel like that's something that I think Gen Xers would be, I think I notice it as a trend among that generation more so than like millennials, that there would be some sort of like life has changed, like a distaste that life has changed in a way that doesn't preserve certain things like that. Like, I think certainly there's a lot more conservatism and like a nationalism. Not more of it, but it's louder than I think. I think people like, for example, Pauline Hanson weren't taken that seriously. And like, I'm pretty happy about the fact that the right-wing parties in the government aren't really getting their, you know, the fear-mongering is not really working. But I would still say, like, it's something that I hear a lot of, those sentiments. I hear a lot of those, like, kind of racist, kind of xenophobic sentiments from people who are at least older than me. It's probably more of a boomer thing, but like, I feel like some of the Gen Xers in my family are a little there as well. Hey, Split Fire? Yeah, Split Fire. How's it going? Yeah, I think Australia very narrowly dodged right wing. I think there was like a moment, and again, this is this American thing that Australia kind of has to deal with, where it's like, here's Australia like doing its own thing, right? Here we go. Politics are doing its thing, mostly pretty centrist. Most Australians are pretty similar. There are left and right wing parties, but what's happened in the last, say, decade of Australian politics is a kind of, among Australians, I think like a frustration since like, say, 2008, maybe, to 2025. So what's that? Almost 20 years. There is this frustration of like politics going like this, like governments not being able to keep the same parties for even one term. Like they'll go half a term in and they'll change leadership, and then Australia will have no confidence in that, and then they'll vote the other side, and then the same thing will happen on the other side. And that kind of stabilized in like around COVID, I think. Like the last conservative government we had, I think Australia was just like, nah, we don't really want to do that. And I think where we are right now, there's this like, we're watching, you know, America and China. Those are like the two big global influences around Australia. And Australians being, you know, especially from 2020, I think through COVID, we watched America do this, right? Sort of like veer off to the right. And the conservative parties in Australia are like, huh? You want to, we want to do this, right? Like we want to Trump, right? Right? And then Australians just went, no, sorry. Not that we're like identifying more with China now or anything like that, but I just think the kind of political spectrum that Australians who would previously have seen ourselves as like Americans, almost like America's little brother or something like that, America's distant cousin, you know, like there's this, I think there has been like an Americanization of Australian culture, probably as far back as, I want to say like in the 70s, I think Australian culture was very much British focused, like the BBC and the ABC dominated a lot of, you know, Australian media. We would watch Hollywood movies or whatever, but by the mid 2000s, once like YouTube became really popular, I think in the shift towards social media and online content, I think more and more content, like my nieces and nephews did not grow up watching Australian broadcasting channel sponsored television, like not except for Bluey. You know, that's the only like Australian kids show that they watch. Whereas like we only grew up watching Australian kids shows, British kids shows, Canadian, you know, had a big animation industry in them. So like in the 90s, I mean, we got Japanese too, like a lot of anime, but in terms of how we identified, I don't think America was as close outside of like Hollywood. Whereas now I think there's like a lot more Americanization. And then there's this question mark right around like, yeah, like end of COVID of like, are we, Australia, America? And I think currently the answer to that is like, nah, mate. Like we're still the same. We don't want to do that. We're doing our own thing and we're not going to be radicalized. We're probably still going to stay pretty straight. Like Australia's Labor Party, which is progressive, is pretty central compared to like, they would be left compared to what American left is. Like they're probably like a little left of Democrat even, but like not really, you know. I think Australians enjoy a healthy dose of like socialism. You know, there are programs like our healthcare situation, public schooling, like where we just go, yeah, obviously that makes sense. And no one really fights against that. Nobody wants Medicare to go away. Nobody wants public schooling to go away. It's certainly not radicalized more to the right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, of course. Yeah. And it's crazy. Like when I've been in America twice this year and I found myself code switching into Americanisms like overnight. Like I don't use them in my day-to-day here, but they're in there ready to be used whenever I need to say the words that I know Americans will understand. And I'll just avoid all the Australianisms that I would normally say at home. It's like most Australians probably know how to chat to an American in a way that an American would just think is normal. Maybe not most, but like in Sydney, I think like millennials probably would. Definitely Gen Z. Like for example, saying Gen Z instead of Gen Z, you know, is something that I think most Australians would do if they're under like millennial and below. They'll say Gen Z in front of an American or something like that, you know, because it's just like we've been so exposed to your culture that we know exactly what the differences are. So, yeah. But yes, certainly politically, I think right now we're in a space where Australians are pretty... I think there is so, like people who I speak to in my family circles, I would say it's like 50-50 American style conservatives versus like Australian style progressive. Like a lot of Australians even talk about Trump as if he's a political candidate here. Like a lot of people, no one asks like, oh, do you like, you know, Peter Dutton or whatever. Like no one like talks about, or who, I don't even know who the current leader of the opposition is. Like I genuinely don't even know who she is, you know, but I know who Donald Trump is. And I even freaking Mamdani, I know more about that than I do about like any kind of mayoral, any kind of elections that are coming up in Australia. Like I know more about that stuff than I know about what's happening here at the same level, at the, like the local mayoral election level. Do we even vote for our mayors? Is Clover Moore even someone we vote for? I don't know. I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. And you get some Australians being like, yes, we should be more like them. But like, I genuinely don't think, I think even Australians would, it's more about an identity thing than it is about a reality. I don't think Australians really want like more guns. You know, I don't think any Australian wants that. I don't think Australians want the privatization of the pharmaceutical industry, or like more of that. I don't think we want any of that. I don't think we want to be in a government shutdown right now. So like, we certainly don't want, and we have some things that I mean, certainly, I think like Australian white nationalism is a thing that has like a weirdly growing it's not growing, but it's getting louder. That's what I would say. I think there are people in Australia who are more staunchly racist, where like 20, 30 years ago, it was more like everyone was casually racist. Now it's like some people are trying not to be racist and some people are trying harder to be racist. That's what it feels like right now in Australia. And most people are trying to be less racist. And I think like you just have to look at China's influence in Australia. I think industrially there is at the governmental level, at the policy level, how we trade, I think it's like China is not as hostile as a trading partner, and China is more prepared to deal with us than America is, at least in terms of like car importing. Like so many BYDs on the road right now in like 2 years. They went from like, I've never seen one before, to like every other car is BYD. I don't know what it's like in America, but like auto manufacturing and like the adoption of like electric cars, I feel like is like so much of the Chinese market is just coming straight in, and it's great. Like I don't have a problem with it. It's just interesting how that's happened. Like I feel like Australia is becoming, in some ways, not becoming. I don't know. There are some things that just seem to be adopted more easily. Hey, Metal Lullaby, welcome. Thanks for the follow. I mean, what's it like in Germany right now? Do you have a lot of electric cars? I guess in Germany, you've got a lot of European cars, right? You've got German auto manufacturing. So maybe in Germany, it's not that prevalent. What other countries could we compare? Oh yeah, it sucks. Australia had an auto manufacturing industry, and it just let it go. We had Holden. Yeah. I actually think to some degree, Australia does need to diversify back into having manufacturing. I think it's just like, they're doing that now with solar panels, I think they're committing to it. Yeah, it's growing very quickly. %90 are made in China. One company producing solar modules. targets. I think I was hearing something recently. About like a proposal. $1 billion solar sunshot. Hey guys, I should go into solar technology. I should go into solar R&D. Who cares about this game dev stuff? All right, I gotta go. That's good that works. All right. Well, I'm feeling better about this. I'd like to try. Oh, man, I've got an event that I have to be at, and if I take too long, do I just not go? If I miss this one, it's just a local game dev meetup. I like to go to it. I just think it's hot out there. I probably won't eat very well, which means I probably won't sleep very well, which means I'll be waking up at not a good time tomorrow, and then the next day is really important. I don't really have much to show today at the meetup. There's not that much to gain from going. I think I'm gonna choose not to go. I'm gonna stay here. I saw everybody last month, like all month. Like I went to Melbourne and I saw everybody there. And then we came back to Sydney and did Sydney South by Southwest and I saw everybody again. Like every game dev who will be in that room. I was chatting to them last month. All month. So maybe I just skip it this time. All right, I'm gonna stay and we're gonna do some more animation. I will be right back. No, I'm not going to it. I'm staying here for a little bit longer. You get half an hour more of me. That doesn't mean I'm going to the meetup. It just means I'm going to be here for a bit. All right. Dude, my mouse goes all funky. Okay, so we need ignite. Take this, move it out here, do this, new tag, ignite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. And then delete all of this. And that's the frame we're going to end on. So we want to work backwards from this, which is pretty fun to do. Let's figure it out. Because it's going to be pretty violent. Which means it's kind of going to be slowing down by this frame. I'm going to animate this backwards. Okay, ready? So that's there, that's there. We've got something here, here, here. A bit of a gap there. Almost here. We're not quite there yet. A bit of something there, there, there. Maybe more body down below because we're coming up to it. Okay, and then back one, much more regressive now. And then way more regressive now. This should be more down here. And then this should be all the way down here. That should be like here, all the way over here, all the way down here, all the way down here, all the way down there. And then I'm just going to like bring all this right down. And then like this. And then I actually think this should go out before it goes up. Now we're going to move the onion skins back the other way. Bro, David, you're making this impossible for me. Okay. I said, okay. Okay. Definitely not what I wanted, but I think it's workable. Nah, it needs to settle a lot faster. I mean, it's hard because like if it's igniting like that, how do we even get, unless we start with a bit more body. Well, fire ignites, right? So like you have to have something that feels like it's got a lot of like energy and chaos to take on this shape. But I think it needs to be more like a source of energy. Like it needs to be kind of a bit less. I don't know. Sorry, one sec, pals. I want this as my baseline for here. I was hoping that if I just went chaotic enough at the start, it would just naturally make sense. But I think I can't. For some reason, it just doesn't work that way. I think you kind of have to start with the shape. Yeah, but it's not an explosion. The thing is, look, I started like this is kind of explosive, right? That feels explosive, but it's not designed to be an explosion. It's like a burner, like a Bunsen burner turning on, right? Like if you just turn on a gas flame, that's what it's supposed to be. So like ES, it's got like a woof, and then it's stable. That's what I'm trying to do here. Armin isn't getting blown up. Honestly, if I made it loop a little bit longer, I feel like we could get there. If I don't try to hit this frame, if I just take a couple more frames to get there, then maybe it'll be all right. It's just because like we get from this to this so quickly. And I might even remove some of these frames. I think like if I move everything back by one, and then fill in the gap. The long bars mean that this frame and this frame and this frame and this frame and this frame are all going to be edited. If you edit one, you're editing all of them. They're the exact same contents across those frames. So in a way, yes, it's like a hold frame, but it's more about the fact that it's consistent. Like they're like tied together. That's what I really mean by it. My brain's not very good at this. Hang on. Well, I wouldn't want to do that, would I? This is tough. I don't think I'm used to animating backwards. I thought it would be easier. I don't know why. I was like, yeah, I'll just animate it backwards, right? Why would I think I could do that? It's just like forwards, guys, but backwards. I do think there should still be some sort of explosion. It should still happen. Hey, Hellfire Ifrit, welcome. It's going well. Do you follow Cluade? I think I'm aware of Cluade, but not very familiar. Something about it's just not quite right, is it? I think maybe it's a consistency thing about the volume, like where does it all go kind of thing. Where does that burst go? But it's also so sudden. Like it's such a... I feel like it just needs more time to get there. Like this frame and this frame, it needs to have like half a loop before it settles into this shape. Because to go from this to this 3 frames later, I just think it maybe... the chaos needs to come down slower. Which is really hard to do. Because the only way to make anything happen slower is to like add a frame in between. And now you've got to think about, okay, how do I... am I just trying to slow this down? It's like, no, you need the frames before this frame. It's kind of complicated. It's kind of like I need to constantly back edit to make it so that where we were 3 frames ago is further back than we are right now. That's what I'm trying to say, which is very tedious. Because like now this is slow, but I actually want for this to be smoother. So now I have to go back over stuff that looked good already to make it further back in time. Whoops. I think I can see what's wrong. This needs to come out here so that it can come in and influence it back the other way later. That didn't look too bad. It's just the slowdown in the internal frames that I haven't rationalized yet. It's just here that slows down, it looks weird. That's not bad. I might keep this around. No, I like it. There's maybe a little bit of something right here that I could fix. This. Some volume here. Yeah, that was correct. I just need to tidy that up now. Thanks. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. I animated that. I did that. I feel like maybe this frame could be further away, like closer to the next frame. Honestly, it genuinely feels, I'll tell you the experience of doing this, and this is just like something that I'm interested in. I find this interesting. I don't like the part of me that knows how to do this is not the part of me that knows how to talk. So like it's just doing stuff and I'm just kind of watching it do stuff. Like I'm really almost watching more than I am doing. Like there's just like a part of my brain that just goes, give me the pen and I'll just do it. And then Adam is just kind of watching and waiting for it to be done. And then when I zoom out, I become Adam again and I go, oh yeah, that's pretty good. Do that again. Keep going. Like I don't get to like, I don't really have a say because I can't see what's happening. Like when I'm here, I'm not looking at I can't see the big picture. So like I might be looking at this and then this, and then this, and going, okay, this was a bit more pointy. This needs to be pointy here, you know, or something like that. Like but that thought is happening so quickly that it's not even a thought that I have with words. It's just like a look, like it just happens. And so many different, because it's such a scatterbrained thing to do. Because there's no like consistency in what I'm looking at over time, it feels like I'm doing 20 small jobs and I can't tell what those 20 jobs do other than locally they make the little bit that caught my attention a little bit better. And that makes this a little bit better. And that makes this a little bit better. And then like I zoom out and I get to see what all those things contributed to. And it looks like I designed all of it in one go. Like it looks like it was very intentional, and it is, but it's like the process of executing it is not one that is particularly, it's not the level of consciousness that it is like something kind of lower than if you were like writing an essay or something. You're using words the whole time. Like your talky brain is doing all the thinking and you're doing lots of solving. Whereas here, it's just like, I make picture, do thing. Lots of times. And then eventually picture look good. Like, do you know what the thoughts were? There was a point where I started where I was like, first I did something that was crappy. And then I was like, okay, what is the most wrong thing about this right now? And the most wrong thing at the beginning was that it grew into the shape, like this shape, it just grew into that. It just went, zzz, like it just expanded into the shape. And I was like, okay, that's obviously not right. But I want to do this thing where I've seen fire billow out before it comes up, this like out and then up thing. And I want the global shape to stabilize from something more chaotic. So it can't start stable, which means it can't start here. It has to start somewhere else. So I was like, okay, let's try experimenting by going out this way first and then cutting back this way, which is kind of what happened at the beginning. And then I was like, well, it is going to go up. You can see here, it's out here and it's going to end up here, which is where we want to be. But then the problem with that was you need something to counterbalance that. So I was like, okay, well then it needs to probably also come out this way as it's coming out this way. So that when this comes that way, this is straightening it out. It's like this and this happening at the same time. And then that's why I did this part here, this big billow out. And I think that works. I think the like, you could probably even push it further if you really wanted to. You could take this and come out further and take this and go out further. And then here, push this out, come up under. And then keep going. We've got 3 more frames, so we can make it work. And then the only thing we need to do here is push this out this way. And then absorb it up 1 last frame into that. Nice. I think that works. I think we could do it again, more so on the maybe along the bottom. like out here, and then here, and then here, and then here. Because you need the movement, you need gross movement, mid movement, and then fine movement. So like the shape needs to find itself. There needs to be things that are like chunks that are like this big and this big and this big and this big. And then you need inside of those chunks, you need like bits that are like this, moving this way, and this way. So like you need the big things and then the smaller things that live on the big things. And then there's even smaller things that live on the medium-sized things. And it's still not right. Like this, the movement feels good, but like this, for example, is not compatible with fire. You need to cut up under it. It's a fluid dynamics thing. Because it's as much about air pushing up gas as it is about gas moving through air. That's the actual secret to fire. If you want to know how to animate fire, you have to understand that it's as much about air pushing gas upwards as it is about gas pushing up through air. Right, it's two media moving through each other. You know, if you put like a bunch of dye in water, the dye will expand into the water, but then the place where it leaves behind, water will be there. So this shape of I'm getting bigger needs to get also eaten in by a smaller circle. Right? This shape that's getting bigger, this circle, is being subtracted by some internal circle that's filling in the space behind it. That's why this is right. Because there's like a circle here, but then there's a circle coming up underneath it, this one here, where there's fire eating into the air. So you could think about this as a pocket of air. And that pocket is also going to be subject to all of the physics and the chaos and the whatever that the fire is, because it's the space between the fire. It's the negative space. So like maybe I should add a bit more here. We're kind of a few frames in now, aren't we? But that's fine. That looked good. It's also about like rates of change. Like early on, we actually don't want it to look smooth. We want it to look really like every frame something different is happening. And then it stabilizes. And so the amount of change per frame needs to start crazy and then become stable. Like this. Empty, full. Empty, full. These two frames, 5 and 6. There's a big difference there. We can contour it a little bit, like this. But, you know, it's like if something is flickering fast enough, it just looks like it's happening, you know, one step after the other. It might be good just to hint at what's coming up under it. That's the only other thing. Yeah, that's better. Sweet. Nice. Pretty cool. I think on this first frame, I don't know how we're going to do this because first thing we have is Armin. I guess the last thing Armin was doing was slamming the hammer down. What's that? We've got a few frames here where we need to somehow go from here. I think it is sparks. I think that is what we want to do. You know what? I don't need to be on this frame. I don't need anything on this frame because I added empty frames for no reason. It's actually this frame is the first one. I added it so that it was easier to watch. I wonder if we could just move this here and then shift this up. The hammer's way bigger than I remember it being. Whoops. Got some consistency issues there. Screwed that up. This frame, these two frames are too similar. They're not even supposed to be there. This one's supposed to be like here. And then the previous one. I have not booted up Lies of P yet. No, I should. We might. I don't know if she's interested in it. I have not been able to convince her to enter the Souls-like genre. I think I ruined my chance a little while ago. When we first got together, I was too eager and I wasn't very good at teaching her. And so she got a bit intimidated and didn't want to play anymore. This is like a long time ago. Now she's a much more competent gamer, I think. And I think I'm a much more patient person. Yeah, it was hard because she doesn't really she loves horror, but she doesn't like when she doesn't know she doesn't like when she doesn't know where to go. That really annoys her. If there's like no guidance from the game. Like she doesn't like being bad at a game for unfair reasons. She's used to more like gentle games that will guide you more clearly. So if you fail at a game that taught you well, it's your fault. But if you fail at Dark Souls, it's like, that's just what Dark Souls is. I could tell her where to go, but I don't actually want to do that. I want her to have the like fully authentic experience. I might as well animate this myself, I think. Like I'm neglecting animating this the way that I probably should. I know I can do it properly by hand and do a better job. Without like tweaking the frames. Instead of just animate it. Yeah, it looks dumb. It looks dumb. Oh no, I duplicated a frame. Damn it. Better. We'll figure it out. Okay, so Ignite is now only to 9. Go. Okay. Whoops. Did I do that? That's what I meant to do. I think this whoa needs to be a 3 exclamation marks. Or maybe just nothing. This is 208 by 192. Cool. The shaking it's way too much. I think I was just testing. Yeah, this doesn't have to go. This actually also shouldn't really do anything. What do I want to happen here? I think I want it to be this same thing, but just from when he strikes, it should just go woof. And then this should very quickly descend. And this shouldn't be as high. And this should be more like that. Yeah, but I don't like that. I think the dialogue can just go, really. Just get out of here. I'm not sure I have support for cutscenes that don't have dialogue. Let's find out. I think I do. I suppose I do. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go. Thanks, pals. Thanks for joining me today. It was fun. I like animating. It actually turned out pretty well. I was concerned, but in the end we got there and I just sort of pulled the trigger. Let's raid Swashbuckling Fox. That's a fun name. Thank you everyone for checking out the stream today. You should wishlist Insignia if you haven't already. I won't know if you quickly do it now. But if you don't do it, then I will know. And I won't be offended. I'll just be slightly disappointed, you know? So thank you so much for checking it out. I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Yeah, we'll see. I might still stream tomorrow. Catch you all very soon. As always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye.